Hello, Mohammed. Hello. Hello, Mohammed.
Thank you. Can we get cousin live, please?
Is online.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, introducing Cousin Adibega, the managing director of LABORIA Showcase, will give us the welcome.
All right, great. Can can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. So good morning. Is it still morning, by the way? Okay, yes, it's still morning. Sorry, we're starting a little bit behind schedule this morning. So again, good morning, everyone.
Connected to the
It's
audio
an
now.
absolute pleasure to welcome everyone to today's showcase, LABORIA Showcase Event.
Please help
As you
me
can see on
introduce.
the
Help me introduce.
screen, my name is Kazim Adegboyega, and I'm happy to open this gathering where we're about to present our state-of-the-art product, that we believe will redefine the future of the IVD landscape here in Nigeria. The products that we're about to showcase, or the products that we offer at Laboria, are not just state-of-the-art products, but they are also pocket-friendly, which there's some kind of echo. Hello, can I go on? Are we good now?
Take this out. The phone will pick. Microphone.
Bolaji, I think stable now. Can I go ahead? Hello, Loretta Oiza. Can I go on? Okay, so I believe I can go on now. So I saw. Um, all right, so I will just go right ahead. Again, sorry about the technical glitch again. So technology sometimes can be unpredictable. So, talking about our mission at Laboria, so I mentioned that the products, right, that we're about to showcase, or our products at Laboria, are state of the art, but they are not just state of the art alone. They are also pocket friendly, right, which aligns with our mission at Laboria, which is to provide you, our customers, with top notch, state of the art equipment with affordable consumables, right? So all of these things at affordable prices with exceptional customer service in mind. So that is our motto. That is what we stand for at Laboria. So I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of our guests, our customers, our potential partners, our potential customers who have all taken the time to be with us today. So your presence means a lot to us, and we're thrilled to have you here with us to come experience firsthand what defines us here at Laboria. You probably might be wondering, so what is it that defines us here at Laboria? What defines us at Laboria is first our people, right? Our product is second, and then our commitment to excellence. So these are the things that defines who we are at Laboria. But just quickly before we get into the meat of the day, before we get into the agenda proper, I would like to commence with a little bit of story, right, about our journey, right? What brought us here today is Laboria. So Laboria, most of us already know, and just in case you don't, Laboria was formed from a merger between two forward-thinking companies, right? That is Icons Biomed and Lab Engines. So Icons Biomed was driven by a commitment for precision and engineering excellence. So that was the drive, for Icons Biomed, with a vision to really empower these our laboratories, with innovative tools, just ensuring that Icons Biomed ensures that we give them what they need to continue to work at their best. Lab Engine, on the other hand, started with this passion, this endeavor to bring affordable, reliable equipment, equipment that are reliable yet pocket friendly, to the under, served marketplace. We still consider the Nigeria underserved, right? So that was the drive for Lab Engines. So coming together now, we've merged together now to form Laboria. So this is a synergy of innovation, a synergy with a lot of expertise, that we're bringing together to the table. So there's a shared vision that has brought us together to form Laboria. And, that's why we like to say that it's not just about labs alone. We are modern labs, at Laboria. And that is a reflection of what can be achieved when focus and teamwork come together. So today you will see the same passion and innovation in everything that we do. So talking about our commitment to you at Laboria, we're driven by one goal. And the one goal is to make a difference, right? So that is our goal at Laboria, whether it is with our products, that we offer to our customers, our exceptional customer service, our bold ideas, new ideas that we come on board with. Everything that we do is focused on helping you, our customer, succeed. And today's event is a celebration of that commitment. So I want to acknowledge again our team, first of all, our fantastic team. The fantastic team that we have at Laboria is the bedrock, the foundation of what has made Laboria what it is today. So to every of the team member, our fantastic HR, our customer service people, our business development guys, the engineering guys, the finance and account team, everyone on the team. So you guys are awesome. Your dedication and your hard work, of course, is what is made today possible. So, and second is our customers too as well. Of course, we can't be in business if not for our customers. So a very big thank you to all of our customers, Aurelia Gige, Fakojaye Clinics, Arjolad, Blue Coral, and the many other customers that we do serve. And our prospective customers too as well. I believe some of us are on seat today. So thank you very much for considering us. We're excited to show you how Laboria can help you achieve your goals. So about today's expectation, what can we expect today? We have created a package for you today, right? So there's going to be many insightful presentations, presentations so you can expect from the team members and some of our other partners too as well. So I believe we have some live demos. So I'm not sure because we started just a little late now. But we have something to also show you about some of these machines that we do offer, to our customers. And so there is something, of course, for everybody. So be rest assured that today is a day to connect with one another and to also share knowledge. So I want to encourage everyone, all the participants, to be active, ask questions, share your thoughts, and engage with the team. Our team is on ground, so you can engage with them. So let's make today's showcase more than a showcase. So let's build connection and spark ideas that will help us move forward together, right? So looking forward into the future, wrapping up now. The innovations and the showcase today is just the beginning, right? So we're committed to always evolving. So that is what makes Laboria, that ability to always adapt, to bend, to find new ways to create value for you, our customers. So together we're building something truly extraordinary. And today is just a glimpse of what is to come. So I will pass it on now to my colleagues, Loretta and Oiza. So it's over to you now. So let's get started and let's make today an unforgettable experience. So you're welcome, everyone.
So
How about now?
that was also part
what you can really see from the slide. Yeah, it was for the physician, the healthcare
afternoon, everybody. I'm Lady Esther. Mr. Kabiawu, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for letting us know the importance of built city. My contributions to question, the point of care, are you putting anything in place to monitor this in all the facilities present in government settings as well as the private and PAC? Because we really need to monitor them, just like you have said, and Ms. Fari also said, we need to standardize, we need to calibrate, and we need to document all this. We should have a standard that, okay, if it's going to be every 6 months at the different points of care, that the emergency or those that have ANC clinic, that the whatever POCT they are using have to be monitored and documented so that everybody knows at this particular point in time they are expecting this to be done. So that if there is a case where the machine is going to kind of give a fault, they should be able to know. And with that, you know that you can rely on the results that you are getting. The challenge I want to talk about hormones, infertility hormones. There are some POCT that some brand, I don't know, there was a time in my facility that we had issues. That one of the cartridge, that particular batch, everything was not giving out results. So we are like, why would there not be results? We ran about 10 samples at a go. The same problem. We now went again to do more, and still, before we had to troubleshoot and find out that it was that very particular lot of batch number that was giving issue. But we called the supplier and they were not ready to refund. This wasn't a fault of ours. So something has to be done about this, because if a batch is faulty, we supplied it and we discover there should be a discount or a refund. Then the other thing I want to talk about, still on infertility hormones, there are some that, let's take example, whether prolactin or progesterone, when it gets to a certain value, it's hard for the machine to read. And in that case, you either have to go for the normal laboratory ELISA method to get the value. But at this point in time, if you have such high value and you are giving it out like that, if you are not experienced, that probably might do a dilution to get and multiply. Because there's going to be a delay in the results. There's going to be a delay in the results. So we actually need to put all this in place and see what can be done so that things will go well. Thank you.
Okay. Let me respond to her so that I think it's same thing.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. Kabiawu Amojolali. Yeah. Okay, so is it proper for us to say categorically that POCT is a screening device? Screening, not diagnosis for, Is it because of what she said? Some of these machines will give us, they will not give us value at higher concentration. So at that level, I think it's correct if you say that the patient should go to the routine lab to get the test done. Okay, so another one that I want to say is, okay, this POCT, they are in the pharmacy. Okay, so assuming I'm a client and I enter a pharmacy, I get my test done. So is it proper or is it not out of place if the pharmacists there now recommend treatment? Is it in their place to treat me? I just have that concern. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, let me just raise. Mrs. Yede raised the issue of control and the issue of limitations of the devices. As after certain ranges, the sensitivity of that device has gone beyond that range. Yes, it's an intervention. It does not stop the routine central laboratory to be in place. It's an intervention, and so that brings to the issue of whether it's a diagnostic tool or a screening tool. It has moved beyond screening now to being diagnostic because yes, certain the results that you get after a lot of comparison from with a conventional central laboratory results, it has been found that they have passed the confidence limits and they are good to go as device. And so when you have such conditions, and that's why the existing laboratory, the central laboratory, cannot be set aside. They have their limitations. Part of that is that limitation. It's either you do a dilution or now that client has to file to the central. The central laboratory is not going into extinction. And so that's why the central laboratory have an oversight function on the POCT centers.
Sorry, you do at whose cost?
As an additional cost. Yeah.
Because I'm going to use another cartridge.
That's a limitation. That's part of those limitations that you will not do it without the first initial results. You will not even do it because you look at the cost implication. And so when you now set such results out, asking for a repeat of that client, is either the client agrees to that or he rejects. And so that's where the limitation of these devices comes into place. But the ranges are quite it's been expanded from the routine limited range now. But you still have this issue, just like, and then you talked about the integrity of the consumables. You know that most PCOT device called disposable are heat label. They are heat label. That this storage temperature matters a lot. The condition of storage matters a lot, and that's why when you get a consumable or get the validation aspect is very key. You have to validate that batch as at the point of getting it. You encounter that issue because you did not do the validation on spot. It was when you needed to use it that you started using without validation. When you had validated once they come with that batch, you would have noticed that batch. And because procurement is a procurement process, payments are not done on the spot. So once you have detected such, you will call the vendor to come and record this batch. They are now under the obligations for client satisfaction conditions. So you are a client that they need to continue satisfying you so as we continue patronizing them. Except that they don't want you to patronize again, that they will now say, we can't bear that cost. It's because that's a temporary delay phase came into being. And that will bring in the issue of whether it is properly stored or not. But once it is at that point of purchase and validation process, we will quickly record it and tell them to come and record it. And so there won't be a question about whether your storage facility is not good, because it might be coming back from their side. There was a time I had an issue with the tiebreaker, start fact. And I went into space. I just went to the website and I dropped my issues, review there. Before you know it, they started contacting me. Why? Even the sales representative in the country started calling me. Why didn't I get across to them? I said, but I just went to the site and made my complaint. And then they came and they said they should come and start investigating, because these are clients that they don't want to lose their clients or go into space, and people are, because it's a global world now. Once you start saying somebody else starts saying, you are casting aspersion on that product. And so it's a great concern for that. So the central laboratory has a key role to play in the area of controlling the POCT testers device. You have to play a regular oversight function. And in every laboratory setting, there's a quality manual. Once you have the quality manual and you have stated in your quality manual that all these centers are under your purview and that you are going to do periodic intervention, probably 3 months. And so it becomes a norm, a policy in the hospital environment that nobody can challenge. And that's my response to that.
So we have 2 more questions. I'll just take one.
Okay, sorry. KGP, thank you for the wonderful presentation. I think you responded to one of the things I was going to say originally. However, for most of us, we must first of all come to terms with the fact that POCTs are the new way that we are going. And that what that speaks to is the fact that a number of our even really big equipments are going to come almost as POCT form. So what is imperative is that practitioners, laboratorians must have hands-on knowledge of these equipment as they come. Nigeria, as we are today, just happens to be one of those countries that everybody wants to bring in one form of POCT or equipment or the other. And then because they know that we are resource challenged, we will go for what seems to be the cheaper alternative. And of course, that puts us in a very uncomfortable position when it comes to maintaining quality. So I would recommend first that before POCTs are introduced into your facility, there must be a validation. Now, these POCTs normally would have gone through certifications and validations by regulating bodies. So they must present it, one. You must also do your independent evaluation of those equipment. Small, big, medium, whichever size or shape it comes in. Once you have done that, that already gives you leverage in terms of how do you quality assure them. Now, the other thing is, most of the time we do this, okay, we've done with a POCT, it's giving us issues, let's use the main lab to validate. That's not enough. If you enroll in external quality assurance programs, it means that you are validating not only against your laboratory, but against other labs that are enrolled in that program. And therefore, what you will be doing will be to be able to say what comes out of it is genuine and it is reproducible and it's of the quality standard that you want to. We don't want to give a result just because we want it to be fast, but we want to be sure that the results we give is credible, it is reliable. Now, for whether that equipment can be used as quality assurance, first of all, what does it promise? What is the goal of that equipment that you have? You shouldn't use it beyond what it has been recommended to be used for. If they say it is qualitative, you cannot assume that once it passes a certain limit, oh, it is as good as quantitative. No, and I think most of the time that's one of the problems that we create for ourselves in thinking that this thing is so good you can almost use it for. They have their limitations. Be very conscious of the limitations of POCTs so that you don't go beyond the capacity of such. And with that, I'm sure that in no time, if we all agree as laboratorians that this is the way we will do certain things. For instance, I don't have capacity in my lab to do certain things, but there's a bigger lab that can do it. Or in this region, only one person does, so you can pull your samples of clients to go to that facility to get it done because it's a reference lab. Okay, so the POCTs that are being introduced, we should embrace them, but we should validate them because there will be a lot of charlatans who will bring all kinds of things. We must be able to say we validated, it does not meet our standard, and we let it go. There are also POCTs that are not technology. Let me say the technology is not yet what we can manage in terms of cost. For instance, she said you do a test, it doesn't give you the results, you don't want to repeat it because the patient can't afford it. There are centers who can, but there are centers that cannot. What that tells you is that that limitation is beyond what you can accommodate. So you must also have, as I said in the quality manual, what happens when this happens? what do you do? And as long as you follow that protocol, I'm sure we'll be fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your wonderful explanation.
Just 11 years ago, Mr. Sam was teaching me like that at the lab. So,
Okay, I just want to weigh in on the issue of whether analytic equipment either screening or diagnostic. The truth is actually that all analytic equipment are screening tools. Primarily, the diagnosis comes from the person making an inference, interpreting the clinician. Because sometimes you need more than just one test result to make a diagnosis. There's a combination of tests that fit into particular disease processes. So that's why sometimes when you see people go into the field and they are screening for just one particular test, they call it a screening test because you don't know what other accompanying screening anomalies that you could have analyzed in that patient. So that's why it's seen as a screening tool. All laboratory tests, whether centralized or the POCT, they are all screening tools primarily. It's the inference you make from it that determines the diagnosis, how you can come up with. So that's it.
Okay, the question raised, I think Dr. Thomas is in here, that will it be proper for the pharmacist in institute to now, after doing a POCT test, discover that this client has malaria and said, yes, the answer that. It's within your purview.
And when it comes to professionalism, there's some things you're licensed to do. So even if you're competent in a particular field and you're not licensed, there are legal implications because even the licensed person can make mistakes. Not to talk of someone who is not licensed, you understand? So it's not appropriate that they should be prescribing. Maybe if we get to a point where maybe it's in developed countries where there's some limit to which you can prescribe. I don't think we have that in Nigeria where pharmacists are given the liberty to prescribe. So it's not within their purview. It's also not within their purview for now to carry out tests because I don't think they are licensed within, because all this is just like you said, the POCT is not strictly a tool for laboratory scientists or pathologists. It extends to clinicians, nurses, because it brings the testing process close to the patient. Because a lot of times, the person who is going to make the decision needs to be the one that is on top of that result that's going to come out and make an immediate decision. You may not be able to deploy scientists from the lab or in that capacity to make that, but the central process of the lab regulating the process of that equipment and such that it is standardized and calibrated regularly. It's an interlinked process. That's what we should just call attention. So I think you have to consider the licensing process. If this country doesn't license you to do that test, it doesn't matter your level of competence in that test. Maybe you learned it by yourself in that time. As long as you're not licensed to give that service, then you have no business giving it.
With this, your submission is challenging the use of PCOT, because most ancillary people that are using it, they are not licensed. But the global thing is that now, the licensed people, we do a form of certification on those testers. And once you are certified that you can do this, and that's why it is key and germane that before you start deploying POCT devices at your point, train and certify. So you have trained and certified by the licensed person. No, you are training, and then you are asking for you are now certifying, giving a competency assessment on that training that you can perform this test. And so that's why the issue of waiting for the requisite time before you can interpret a result will not come into play, because as you are dropping sample, in 1 minute you are reading, and that's why you have false negative result most times. And so I think we are done with that issue. Thank you for your insight, Dr. Thomas.
okay, so I think we've really enjoyed Mr. Kabiago speaking. We invited him for a speech, and he has given us a really interesting panel session. Thank you so much once again, Mr. Kabiago. Round of applause for him. So right next on the agenda, we have business insights from our head of business development, Mr. Anderson Amuribe. He might be familiar to some of you. If he is not, he is definitely going to be. So I would have to do a lot of selling today. He's just going to follow up on where we've stopped and go with it. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Risa. Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to say I'll start with existing protocols. So I delve into what I have to say for this afternoon. Okay. Okay. My name is Anderson, and I'm the Senior Business Development Manager for LABORIA. I want to talk about business development inside. Looking at the LABORIA's perspective. When we get into the business of getting medical equipment to give to our customers, what is it we consider? All right, please, next slide. Okay, I'll be looking through table of contents, my introduction, market overview, technological advancement, regulatory environment, customers' need, product segment. Amongst all of these are partly what it is we consider before we bring out an equipment as a business organization. While we put at the center of our minds the customer, which is you, for every one solution, for every one equipment we bring in, it is to serve a purpose of bringing solution to that you need. Kindly take me through. Okay, business development in the medical laboratory product sector involves strategic planning and market analysis. The LABORIA's perspective to onboarding laboratory products on its platform, it's putting the customers first in this dynamic and rapidly evolving sector. Just like the first speaker has been talking, looking at the trends of laboratory products, from having very big analyzers, and now we are compacting them into very small units, as we'll be discussing about the POCGs. So it is an ever-evolving, sector. Kindly take control. Now, before LABORIA, we choose a solution. We take a very good assess of a market view. The global medical laboratory equipment market is projected to grow significantly, driven by factors such as aging population, rising prevalence of chronic diseases, increased healthcare expenditures, the demand for laboratory automation, and point-of-care testing, which is also on the rise. So, what it is that we're looking at, bringing an equipment or a solution, onboarding it on a platform. These are partly the things we look at. We also try to look at what technological advancement is in at the now. Innovations such as artificial intelligence are transforming laboratory operations every day. Equipment that integrate these technologies are increasingly sought after as they enhance efficiencies and accuracies. Just like we will be showing you maybe after now, one or two of our equipments that are having the operations of the AI are used. So you can see how that before we choose an item, it can be for chemistry, it could be for hematology, coagulation. We're also looking at the technological advancement in that area. One thing, as I said, is so focused, the center point, how it brings solution to the customer. We also look at regulatory environment. It is not enough to bring up an equipment because we want to sell it. Is it meeting regulatory standards? It is something we put in mind. We are doing all of these because we want our customers to be very satisfied that they're getting a solution that meets needs and also solve that problem that they hope it solves. Medical laboratory equipment sector is heavily regulated. Understanding the compliance requirements set by bodies such as the FDA and the CE markings, especially when it's from European countries. So we try to ensure that every equipment we have on our stable, they are equipment that meet with these minimum standards. Okay, then once again, we look at customers' needs. There's no essence if we have to bring in a solution when it's not meeting a need. Putting the customer first is everything about what we put on our mind when we choose a solution or an OEM to partner with. Engaging with labs to understand their challenges helps us tailor product to meet specific needs, such as improving accuracy when it's laboratory. Precision and accuracy is not something you want to play with. So we're looking at accuracy, improving accuracy, speed. You could have a solution when it's not giving the results with the right turnaround time. It's not also meeting the customer's needs. So we are looking at, before we put up a product on our platform, we look at, is it going to give the customer great accuracy? Is it going to give them speed for quicker turnaround time response? Then the ease of use. I think in this evolving market, ease of use is becoming very important. So sometimes you see some equipment, they tell you it has, easy interface, meaning to say it gives you the ability to use it very seamlessly. So ease of use and cost effectiveness, like you heard my MD say. Everything about LABORIA, it's all about best in class, best in price. So we put and we factor cost effectiveness. Additionally, customers are increasingly looking for equipment that offers integrated solutions, such as data management and connectivity with other laboratory systems. You have the EMR, the LIS, and others. So we put this also in great perspective. I want to come to our product segment. These are some of the arrays of our products that we are pushing to the market. And for every one of them, they have very, great advantages that catches the eyes, especially to the end users. We have our ZBO Z31 parts, 3 parts hematology analyzer. It's an hematology analyzer that stands out in its category. It's an hematology analyzer that has 2 chambers. It has broad valves that enables, even when mistakenly you get a clot, it doesn't block, these pathways. So if you're looking for strength, if you're looking for durability, it will be one of the equipment you may want to choose to use in your laboratories. We have the ZBO EX200 chemistry. Look at the aesthetics. It's so beautiful. It's an equipment we can, when you talk about precision, I understand precision is the repeatability of having, a same result over and over. You can choose this for your chemistries. Look at our ZBO Z50 5 parts. In all of these, as beautiful as they are, as so captivating, they are best in price. I mean, in the market, we're very competitive. Very, very competitive. And this is one of the trademarks of LABORIA. We want to give you the best for something that will not be so burdensome. Please, the next slide. So look at our product segment. You're seeing the ZBO EX1800 immunoassay CLI. In these times where, the testing for immunoassays are going all into the CLI standards. You can actually have this. This one can give you your cost per test at a very cheap point. Keep delivering for your service at a very high level of, methodology. Okay, I want you to look at other arrays of brands in terms of product brands. UX 2900 3-part hematology analyzer. When you're looking for an equipment in hematology that will give you for a set of reagents, giving you more tests, please, the right door to knock is LABORIA. Come for UX 2900 3-part. I think in the market it's almost one of the analyzers that can give you the most of, the test, for a certain reagents purchase. There is this one, US 500 urine AI analyzer. Now, this is the point. The point where we're talking about the use of AIs in laboratory equipment. I told you earlier, when we look out and we source for solutions, we are looking out for technology advancement too. And in this regard, this is an equipment that can run for you your urinalysis and your microscopy. And the microscopy is practically AI. As a laboratorian, you're looking into the microscope, you're looking through possibly maybe 10, 20 urine sediments. Same, you have to look through the microscope for your malaria, slides. But at some point, you just get tired. But this is, in that state of tiredness, you can actually miss out on some diagnostic items on the microscopy. But because you're going to be using, because this uses the technology of the AI, it's endless. Its accuracy is top-notch. I understand that there is this iodine cast in urine sediment. Sometimes out of tiredness, a lot of people miss out on it because of the structure it seems to present. And when you miss out on such very diagnostic item, it's a whole lot. Because through that iodine cast, you could be telling or sending a great signal to the clinician, this person needs a renal, care. As little as that sediment microscopy could look at, it could be very, very diagnostic. Now with the AI, if you are running 100 samples, it's giving to you the accuracy that it needs. So when we look at our array of products, we're actually looking at how it best suits and serves our customers. So we are also presenting you, US 500 urine AI analyzer for urinalysis for microscopy. We have the urine CA150 chemistry analyzer. This analyzer how does these things reduce the cost per test for chemistries? Like running a chemistry and it's full automation, yet it's looking like you are running with the price of a semi-auto. As great and fantastic as it is of very small money. Urine 31 urine analyzer. That is a urine analyzer that can give you urinalysis at in fact, doing the costs of this assessment of this analyzer, as little as it is, it's almost the same as when you are, doing your urinalysis manual. And when you're doing the strip, sometimes people that have color issues with their eyes. Is this protein? Is it green or is it what? You are trying to compare. And because you are doing it with a human, self that you fall into some of these errors. But when you come to this kind of a solution, you are getting much from little. This analyzer can also give you the urine ACR in addition with the urinalysis. Now, what this helps you to do is, I know assaying urine ACR in chemistry sometimes can be quite, of a work to do. And with this, as little as it is, with the little, when you're running, I don't know how much you could be doing urinalysis, for example, but you can be doing urinalysis here as something less than about 150 naira, which makes sense for almost every laboratory to have. So you can see where urine 31 urine analyzer comes in. And then we're also bringing this Aqua 8 CLRA immunoassay analyzer. This is a whole lot. And this is what, for those who have had the opportunity to have this in their lab, they can give you better experience. The CLRA for Aqua 8 is something, if you ask me, I want every lab to have it. It stands almost between, in the use of my language, a food assay and also being used as a POCT, yet using a top-notch methodology of the CLIA. So I want us to look at, these are offerings that LABORIA is bringing and pushing to the market, all because we have you in our minds. Bringing the CLIA immunoassay is something that looks good. For example, I want to say something about this. It's strips which have, trapped in the reagents it needs to use. I mean, in terms of it's fluid, it's not like a cartridge where it's dried. So it can actually stay, you see some of its reagents staying 1 year, 6 months, 2 years. Taking away that difficulty in terms of, onboard shelf life, of onboard stability of the reagent when onboarded in the machine, having to be reduced to like 2 months or 3 months. So with this, you are sure when you have it, it is there for you. So we also have, something on blood gas. When the first speaker was talking, he was talking about, having a whole IC analyzer or the electrolyte machine, into like a POCT. For example, this one will best explain that. The Eaglenos electrolyte analyzer, it's much for little. You can get your sodium, potassium, and chloride here for just this little something. So it gives you an idea of what LABORIA puts in mind, which is you, when we go out to source all of these, because we want you to have the best for little. Please, the next slide. So, can you play this? Play this. It's not. I wanted you to see a little video of how the Accra 8 works. And so I could end my notes on that.
Is it not? It doesn't.
Oh, unfortunately, it's not showing. So that will be my little presentation on our business model or approach, when it comes to doing business. So thank you so much.
Okay, so do we have questions for Anderson? So I like interaction, and there are prizes for interaction.
Actually, it's not a question, but maybe I'm trying to add, voice to what you said. So it's a kind of question and concern that is directed to Dr. Thomas. Okay, so I'm wondering why our clinicians are not driving this 5 parts hematology to analyzer. That, in most general hospitals we have 3 parts. So why are you, as a clinician, why are you not, saying that is enough for 3 parts? Let's, be using this 5 parts, upgrade to this 5 parts in all the general hospitals. Thank you.
What I would say may sound a bit like inducting the system. It's not the clinicians, you see. Pathologists are always for 5-part systems. You know that we are always for 5-part systems because every parameter that is given out in that 5-part report means a lot to us in terms of interpreting the patient's disease condition. But we have a system that doesn't focus on pathology. We're still at the stage where people carry knives. Yes, the surgeon, you have to be the surgeon. That's the surgeon, that person that scares you. Pathologists don't scare anybody, you understand? Except maybe the histopathologists that deal with dead body. Maybe they think they are spiritualists. That's the only impact. But people don't understand the value of pathology. And let me explain the value of pathology. I tell my colleagues too, but they are the ones not listening, not us. I'm for 5 parts. I don't do 3 parts. I don't need it. I don't do 3 parts. I always say something. Pathology is the mirror image of medicine. Mention any specialty in medicine, there's pathology there. Because pathology, it's the understanding of the pathology that makes you understand how to go about diagnosis in the first place. You know that even in developed countries, 70% of the diagnosis that assists with everyday intervention in patient care in developed world is 70%. That's a percentage of the intervention that pathology contributes to achieving diagnosis. But that is not the case. In this environment, it's still the clinician that still feels that their acumen is enough. A lot of people don't even, should I say, request enough tests, in my opinion. You understand? We need a bit more reorientation to go back and let people understand that the mirror image of the medical practice is pathology. Because like I always say, the way I treat patients, I always tell people that if you understand the pathophysiology of a disease process, you've looked at the patient, they've told you the history, you've summarized everything in your mind, you understand the disease process, reverse that process in your mind, that disease process, and look for a drug or an intervention that does that reversal. You can't make a mistake. So it's not coming from us, it's actually coming from the system that doesn't understand the value of pathology in the practice of medicine, despite the fact that most people are using that understanding to intervene. But most people, that's why if you go to private practices, most of them, you see the little space they put for a lab. Most of them are, you go and look at their theater and compare that to their lab. Their lab is just like a tiny place. They don't even give any, but the truth is that's the basis, that's where medicine lies. Understanding the basis of the disease itself. You have to diagnose it, because if you get the wrong diagnosis, no matter how good you are as a clinician, you're not going to give the appropriate therapy. And to be able to make an appropriate diagnosis, like I said, every test is just a screening test. You understand? But you have to now interpret that combination of test results to say, this is, for example, let's say the food blood count comes to me and I'm saying anemia. Anemia can be caused by cancers. It can be caused by nutritional problems. It can be caused by anything, a lot of diseases that you can go in the book. MDS, I can mention 100 diseases that can cause anemia. But you now have to get the history from the patient and try and sift out the possibility and know what tests to recommend to try and zone in on what should be the diagnosis in that field of so many disorders that could possibly cause anemia. Even a blood loss and accident can cause anemia. Infestation, worm infestations can cause anemia. So, but like I said, I guess the reorientation the system needs to get by the value. You have to value pathology and diagnostic. So it's not from us actually. We are trying to advocate for that, but because recently I was called to advise a hospital somewhere in Ogbomoso on how they were giving me a list of I should give them advice on manual equipment. I think we have the hospital. Why do you want to start with manual equipment? You want to go back to the 1980s and everything. Why don't you just take it? Because they're not saying that, okay, maybe when they now get a good turnover of patients, they will now shift to no. Why don't you start with the ones that can be sustainable over a period of time? We are still considering it, but I won't take part in your manual this thing, because if it comes to bust, they're going to ask who even advised you to buy this manual equipment, and my name will be mentioned, and they will say, he could have, why didn't he advise you on the right appropriate things? So just like we're moving in the direction of point of care and a lot of other 3 parts should have been obsolete by now. Or maybe for cost, maybe for private hospitals in terms of cost, maybe they are the ones that should be using 3 parts because within their limitations. In secondary and tertiary institutions, it should be obsolete. Okay.
Thanks. I want to just add, okay, someone.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm having to speak again. However, my concern, I know typically in a gathering like this, most people are concerned about price. Price is not really my concern. My concern is more when you go out. I mean, you've given us an array of wonderful equipment for all kinds of needs. But I understand that needs will differ. And because they differ, differ based on capacity, capabilities. Some people will look at your throughput and then keep pushing certain equipment in your face. Oh, you do this number, therefore you should be able to use this kind of equipment. But I think that in deciding what equipment fits which institution, part of what you should do is to be able to do analysis, need analysis per facility that you're interested in. And I say this because sometimes a facility has capacity in terms of professionals that can do it, but they don't have space. And so you'll be considering space. For instance, you have a really large hematology analyzer, but they also want a few chemistry analyzers and some other smaller analyzers, but will not fit into that space. So what do you want to do? Do you want to remove one to replace? Do you want to miniaturize one of the big ones so that it can take that space? Truth is, you can vary equipment, you can vary space, depending on the facility that you are marketing. I've been somewhere where if you enter the place, all you see is equipment. It's like a warehouse, but they're actually running. And that's because they want to buy everything they can in case there is a movement to a bigger place. And that becomes a challenge. And I was like, you fill the place with equipment. Even those equipment are going to have problems because of the constraint of space. It means that you'll have equipment you may not be able to use because of that space. If you think you will move in 1 year, 10 years from now you're here, some of those equipment will go bad without you really using it. So I would suggest for your company that it's not enough. I mean, it's fantastic that you have most of us here who will be interested in equipment, but you should also be able to advise. I can make a subjective, how do you call it, request for something. For instance, my specialty is hematology. I want to flood my department with all the best hematology equipment. But if you come in as an original equipment manufacturer representative, you can then look at what we do. So it's not throughput is not enough. What do you have? What can you have? What can you do without? What can you plan, to have? That's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it is we often buy equipment not looking at end of life. I like to buy an equipment knowing that what's the lifespan of your equipment? 5 years, 8 years, 10 years. So if it's 10 years, from the 8th year, I start planning a replacement. But when I replace it, what happens to the one I've been using for the past 8 years? How do you dispose of the equipment that I no longer have use for and want to replace? Do I keep it? Do I even know how it is disposed of? Most of us have absolutely no idea how equipment are disposed. And so we end up with a warehouse of old equipment that we have no capacity to discard. So in your recommendation of equipment, we want to know how long is it supposed to last, either because the technology no longer exists or will be replaced by new ones. And then how do we dispose of it? Can we do a trade-in? I have this 5 years, I want a new version. What are you offering us in terms of, can you do a trade-in? If you don't have that option, can you start thinking about it at least? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anderson, do you want to answer to those, or should I?
Okay. First, I want to answer. From what Madam said here. The 3-part, 5-part hematology analyzers. Like it also, speaks volume in other directions, maybe in other departments as well. More often than not, people are looking at cost. If I can get this for a lower cost and I'm buying this for a higher one, what's really the difference? In as much as because of the environment we found ourselves. Someone earlier was talking about because of our resources constraint. Maybe some charlatans can bring in different kind of things in here. So we acknowledge the fact that we have some resources constraint here, and hence I think that is one of the reasons why some persons may want to, not like they don't really like the 5-part. But in saying that, I'm also saying this to say this is why LABORIA is here. And people can actually take good advantage, because with LABORIA you can actually get your 5 parts by, we treat customers on one-on-one basis, what's the peculiarity of your facility. So in as much as you need that, it's a 5 parts I need, but perhaps right now I do not have, the total resources to get a 5 part. You can come up to LABORIA. We can talk with you based on your peculiarity, and then we can offer you a solution that best fits that need of yours. So I think that's one way out. This is why we are availing ourselves as LABORIA, that, the fact that you have a need and you don't have the resources, we can meet at the middle ground, somewhere, somehow, and then it balances up. So I hope I could also have had flesh to what Dr. have said also. Then with Mr. Robert's question, perhaps maybe I want a more experienced engineer to come and tell us how we could, trade this kind, because it's a very good area for us to begin to look towards, especially when it is that you are boarded on LABORIA's platform. So this is our concern. So because truly, if you go to many general hospitals, you can see a lot of abandoned equipment. But you see, key to this also is maintenance practice. Because when that same equipment is not properly maintained, this trading may become a little bit more difficult. And hence in LABORIA, once it is that we have an installation base, we don't leave you alone. We ensure we walk through the path with you on maintenance, post-sales arrangements. And we are strong on that. Our engineers are fantastic. If you could have all companies having the kind of, set of our engineers, the routines they go through, I think it would be better for all. Because I believe that when you have engineers that are almost factory trained, it will be easier to take care of those equipment. You don't need the times when the manufacturers will have to travel down. I know an installation days of a particular equipment. They bought that equipment for more than even 1 year. They didn't install it because it had an issue on just installation day. So for after 1 year, the manufacturers will have to come because that was when they had the time to come to Nigeria. But with LABORIA, that's a different whole piece. When we give you an equipment, we are giving you a total package, a real total package. If it has an issue, we'll be there with you. For the cost to buy your reagent, very easy, cheap. The availability of the reagent, always there. So I think LABORIA is positioning itself to really, serve this purpose. But again, the trading aspect, if all things go equally and go well, how do we, say this is a lifespan 8 years? Let's take this that we have been managing with you and then replace it with something superior or something, technology advances. In 8 years, there could have been an upgrade or something. So I want perhaps a senior engineer too.
No, I can
take
it. So, literally, my role is customer relationship management. Technically, I'm business support. It means everybody calls me. It means I'm very aware of what happens. I have at least one person in this room, one facility, who is undergoing a swap, a product swap. So the machine is outdated, their capacity, they've outgrown the capacity, and they said, let's have a conversation on how we move forward. And the idea is, you had this before, this is the next step up for you. We look at the price difference, we look at the relationship, we look at how much you've done with us and how it's not always about money, which is why we're having this conversation, that we're a new brand, a new face to business, a new way to doing laboratory and diagnostic services, to say, okay, this is where you are, we can take you up to the next thing. So we're doing that. We do that. We're open to those conversations. I'm supposed to speak at some point on building customer success with LABORIA, but I had a few things to say. We have a training academy for young, competent engineers. We put that. The idea is to try to replicate the OGs that you're used to, the ones that you call, that there are not enough of them. So we're forward thinking. We want to train these people such that they leave Laboria, they go elsewhere, they already have the competence to handle the situations. So what do they practice with? Shells, discarded ones. You give them to us, we use them, they train. It's not, there are some simulations and that's nice, but then they get, so they're very hands-on. I stayed up till 2 a.m. last night perfecting my slides. And then I'm not going to use the slides. I'm going to have photos to show to you of them being taught. You know, there are a couple of them, they're interns here. It started with 2 people. Well, we had an idea for the academy, and then we trialed this young man and the one that's missing lunch today, and they showed really great promise that if you train talent, they will give you results. It means I don't have to stress head of engineering. He has more people to send out. And so with that, we put out a call for internships. We put out a call for these people to say, come, you're not just going, when we talked with them, what they said was, a lot of people said, oh, I want to take this training because I was taught things at uni that I wasn't allowed to practice. Come here, you'll practice on the shell, you'll be taken in the field, you will see these things. We're very open to accepting. We don't want you to store them. Because we've formed really good partnerships with the people that we have, we are able to return them, get something else, say, oh, take them for scrap, give us something else. All of this boils down to value-added services for our customers. So you are getting cheaper products, cheaper consumables, more readily available materials. So at the end of the day, again, the customer is at the heart of what we do. You don't have to store these things. We're open, we're available. I have one brand, one brand representative. I'm expecting a couple more to be here so that you know that these partnerships are solid and they're real. Do you have any other questions? Because I have one. Yes, right here. I would like your name.
So my name is Chijoke. I want to buttress on what he said, which I don't think that both of you nailed it. Maybe it's a conversation that just started today that hasn't been established actually. So I'm thinking that thing that he said is important because I've made that pause, and I think that is worth doing. Before I go in the depth of what he said, I want to link it to what he said as well. In the sense that, to a great extent, we have a problem of coming to what is actually obtainable, what is reliable currently, the openness to 5 parts and 3 parts, right? So though we have the economic situation that might be like it happening that every facility should be able to have 5 parts, enlightenment to the doctors who are end users of our results is important as well. So if people becomes aware, if they come to an awareness of, okay, you can afford 5 parts, particularly if you go using LABORIA products, and then LABORIA products make their acquirement to acquire this equipment quite not difficult. That's going to make a great impact in the long run. The idea of having analyzers, so I think there should be a pattern in the sense that there should be, if you use, because we can't use equipment forever. When you say you have to package, I wondering what does that mean? Does it mean if I get your 5-part analyzer, I should use forever? It cannot be as wonderful as the apartment I use in 3 years, and maybe give it back to you. You replace it in 3 years, and run it again 3 years. So we have a 5-year spread or 3 years spread or using a particular analyzer. So you could take it back to the company, they refurbish it or do whatever they care to do with it. But what I want is that I want to have a diagnosis is spot on, like it's super on point. And for me to achieve that, which is available in the Western world, for me to achieve that, there should be a pattern, like an arrangement of if I use your hematology for 3 years, if you come, or if you see that my trajectory of use is quite on a wide range, you could not say that this analyzer should be used for 3 years, 5 years, or something. Then you can't pick it up, replace it with a new one, so that my accuracy precision should be on point all the time. I don't know whether you understand. Maybe it hasn't been the thing that has been discussed, but I think it should be discussed and then given back to your users so that our engagement, our patient will always have the best at all the time. Thank you.
Sorry, I'd just like to clarify what I said about the 5 parts should be up to it. I'm talking of federal institutions and public institutions, not private, because you can't legislate for private. You don't know that cost. I'm talking federal public institutions run by the state and the government. I have a reason, because those are supposed to be environments where people should learn. There should be no limitation. Let me give an example. There was a patient that was probably referred from a private environment. And I'm sure the reason they probably did not detect this problem was because it was a 3-part. It had eosinophilia. Because in your 3-part is going to form into the MID. And when I'm looking at the MID, it could be anything from lymphocytes to immature red cells, it could be anything. But when you have a 5-part, it differentiates and you can get the diagnosis straight up. But you can't blame a private institutions, a private facility that is limited in terms of funds. So when I'm saying the obsolete, I'm talking in terms of public institutions and federal institutions, because the government should invest in knowledge, the limits of knowledge. You don't want limitations. 3-part systems, to me, they will not extend, because that part, that the person that is learning, that gaining that knowledge, will miss out on that vital information and not know how to interpret or what to look out for. When you see MID and it's abnormal, what do you go looking for? So it has nothing to do with private. Private, just like you said, their funds, and 3-part is still relevant based on your ability to.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Thomas. Right, so I'm just going to quickly call on Jerry. Jerry, please come on. Jerry is one of our directors. He's a biomedical engineer. He's very familiar, very familiar with it. Jerry, from your experience, what happens when you get to a facility that you've been servicing perhaps for a while, or even a new facility who's asking, I want to get this particular machine, and you look around. What's our process at LABORIA like?
I think we part of the things we do also at LABORIA is to advise laboratory owners or managers of laboratory in terms of equipment that they can use, and we also consider cost most times. So when we get to a lab and we find that probably that you're using some equipment that are not cost effective or that are not modern, also we look at the turnaround time of the equipment. So we advise generally what is the kind of equipment you should be using at this time. Looking at your facility, most times what we advise a public hospital could be different from what we advise a clinic or a big private or a diagnostic center to use. But generally, we advise you on the kind of equipment you should be using, and also at LABORIA we also find a way to make it easier for you to get such equipment.
You want a question? I'm holding my breath now.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to inquire from LABORIA, and I will be glad that I would have been glad if the CEOs of facilities, either private or public, are here. Except I saw one from my facility, that's the A&E MD. I think he has just left or something. Mrs. Ali raised the pertinent concerns, which Dr. Thomas lent a voice to as well. And I begin to wonder, and as he made a presentation on the use of benchtop for urinalysis, and that the cost implication
is as low as 150 naira. And I begin to wonder why we are not deploying this equipment to our facility. Is there demographic studies or needs assessment that you have carried out that scientists or practitioners says these equipments are not up to standard and that's why they are not patronizing it? We need to know from you, and particularly in the area of span count analysis, total span analysis. I begin to wonder why we are still doing this manual approach to our span count analysis. It's a recurrent incident that I need the CEOs to be here and then the laboratory managers. Are we not demanding or asking for this equipment to be placed at our various? Are we just complacent with going through the effort-needing process of conducting assay through the traditional way that's quite laborious and quite demanding? I begin to wonder, why are we not creating solutions, or why is you not bringing those solutions to us? Thank you.
Or is you want to say something?
Okay, so to address, please.
Sorry, I have to go once more. It's just an advice. Most of the stakeholders, like the Ministry of Health, so most time they are the one that buy this equipment and deploy to the hospitals, the government hospitals. So I will actually advise, when they have a program, please go and do a presentation. And if they're not going to wait till then, approach them, showcase your equipment. Because most times, even when we make the demand from our facilities, the MD CEO might not have the capacity to actually purchase this equipment. So it's advisable you go there, and we will be happy to have most of this equipment around us. And the ones the MDs can afford, we surely try to get. But if you really want to market, it's an advice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Esther. Right, so to address that, as just to buttress what she said, this is feedback that we're taking. Again, this is not all of the line of equipment or all of the range of equipment that we have. There's a lot more. So this is an opportunity for you to look at it and ask questions. We can't always, we're networking here. So again, I called a number of you for the very first time. I've never met you, but this is an opportunity for us to talk and to know where your pain points are. I would have to admit that bureaucracy plays a tough factor in getting some of those things. You would love it, you would recommend it, you would get to a certain point, and someone would say, I have a better person. Even when you say, oh, but I've been there before, it failed, these guys are better. So all of these things come into play. It takes us a while to build a relationship based on trial and then trust. We have some situations where we place the machines on placement and say, because we're so sure of this thing, have it on placement and try it out. What we like testimonies. We've used it. A number of you are here because of the long years of relationship that we've had. If we were not good to you, you would not show up here. Forget that we're calling you. If it wasn't worth your time, you wouldn't be here. So it's a showcase. Come see what we have. Come tell us what you want. We're going to lay. We want to bring it. Again, when I wrote that letter of invitation, I want to bring those things here. I want us to see, because I probably won't even speak my own part. I straddle a very interesting line in healthcare. I have a business that I represent that I need to grow. I have customers that I represent that I need for their businesses to grow so that my business can grow. If your business grows, my business grows, I can sleep better at night. And then by sheer divine blessing, I regularly consume healthcare services. So I know healthcare. I know healthcare properly. So I want things to be easy. I've had situations where people have said, if you were abroad, your life would be better. You would have all these things. This year, there was a tough conversation in my family. Move her to India or keep her here, and let's find she's not here. And And I said to them, when we get to India, it's the same protocol there that they're going to use here. Nothing changes because it's systemic lupus. Lupus is lupus everywhere. There is nothing you're going to do. So thankfully, so let me just, Anderson, you can sit. Thank you. So this time, 10 years ago, I wasn't walking. I was going to walk because in June or July of that year, I woke up with a swollen ankle, and by November, it was end of uni. I was going for my service and picked Lagos because that's where all the hotties were. So I planned my life. I had really long breaks. I had my convocation on the 1st of November. By the 4th of November, I could not walk. I got to NYC camp there. I was carried, and they said, "What are you doing here? Please go back home." My exit letter said, "Collective tissue disease exacerbated by stress." Hospital to hospital to hospital, and no one had any idea. Thankfully, my uncle, Dr. Shalal Shaw Cardiology, recommended me to my hero, Professor O.O. Adelowo, who turned 75 yesterday, and does not look it. That's proof that being nice and being kind, being humane, gives you a really young look. And he said, "Oh, I think I know what's wrong with you." At this point, honestly, I've given up on everything. Like, because I lost half my weight, I wasn't eating because it hurt too much to open my jaw, so I would rather not eat. So he said, "Oh, we're going to run some tests, and then I'll tell you." I'm like, "Oh, okay, so I'm not going again." And then he said the test will take 7 working days because we have to take your samples out of the country. I said, "Oh, I'm definitely down." So let's just. But we waited. And in 7 days, so the test we did, ANA, DNA, my results were positive. They were not just positive, sky high. And then we started treatment. So I appreciate laboratory work. I appreciate diagnosis on a very personal level. When I talk with my colleagues and we're discussing things, I sit on their shoulders to ensure, because I always tell them, these things trickle down to me at some point. That's how I sit when they're talking between Terry and Kazim and every other person. I just sit there and I say, I hope we're doing the best because this thing trickles down to me. When we put prices and I go to a place and the test price has gone up, I said, "But I take this test." So I run routine quarterly test. I said, "It was different for the year dollar." Then I think I also said dollar to my customer. So it's come down to me now. So these things, but not just that. The fact that it took 7 working days to get my results. It was such an excruciating time for me. I did not want that to happen. I think it was a Pascal. It was Pascal that was able to do that. I think we have more of those now. But anyway, this year, a doctor said, "Oh, with lupus, they rerun the test, the Bernova, just to confirm that you still have that thing you have." So they ran it again, but this time they did it in depth. I wasn't holding my breath. It took 2 weeks. By the time the results came out, anti-bro, anti-SMEAT, anti-lab, to process. And then the doctors had a conversation with me. They said, "Obviously, first line is not working for you. You need to consider other things." All through this, I was coming to work. I was having meetings, I was talking and functioning and smiling and begging customers. But once again, and immediately, we were able to take action to save my life. So I know the role that diagnostics plays. I do not downplay it. As much as I always want to do my best for the company, my presence gives them an extra conscience in what we do. And I'm not saying that because it's you. I am telling my personal story of all of these things. I invited Dr. Hakim last year because he's not able to be here today, so he sent representatives. That's one of my heroes also. That people, I've had MRIs that needed to be done immediately, and we had to run creatinine in 30 minutes to an hour. Otherwise, that's the end of my day. So I appreciate fast, efficient service diagnostics. I've had situations where my lab results have been lost. I've had situations where the results were not properly interpreted because the person did not understand the function of the machine. They had done the thing. The SOP said, do this, this, this. They did it, they got the answer, and then they said, oh, I don't understand it. And we had to do it again. And we had lost the initial value that we're trying to monitor. So, name it in the laboratory, I've experienced it. So, this is my speech for customer success with Laboria. Right now, what we do, I do regular calls. Usually, I like to visit. I like to go around, but the cost of petrol now, goodness. So, it doesn't allow for that. But I do calls. Sometimes you're in your labs, you're busy, you're irritated. I'm like, oh, hi, it's always out from Laboria. I'm just going to check on you, see how you're doing. Hey, we're fine. I'm rated. Oh, I called somebody. I called Lutina. He did not answer me. I tried to reach Jerry. Jerry's not answering me. Oh, where are they? Where are the engineers? They love me. I love them. So immediately the customers are on my mind. And then of course there are the people who say, I got your quote too high. And then I go and I say, can we give them a discount? And I stand there to get a discount because it's a tough economy, I'll be honest. And healthcare was healthcare. If you don't do it the right way, you will go to the roadside person. You will buy the wrong things. You will end up with the dialysis person, or the liver transplant person, or the cardiology person. It affects me personally, so I have extra foresight. I don't want to get there. So it's full circle for me. I mentioned Mr. Sam was teaching me because I took microbiology first degree. If my hands were more stable, I probably would do bench work, but not micro. I really don't like. I have nightmares from staring. So I am happy that we're able to have AI do. To have products that can do this. If I were to consider it, I'm doing hematology. Sorry. Right. So I do the calls. I do the follow up. I don't get feedback. You don't call me until I call, and then I say, so what's going on? And then they say, we placed an order for a week. We haven't gotten it. We got lost between. Let me write it down. Let me get it somewhere. And then there's always, oh, no, their credit limits, they've exceeded it. And then they'll say, how far have they exceeded it? Every time, if you ask them, they'll say, oh, it affects the customers. I like the customers. Because if you're not in business, I'm not happy. I wake up for the customers. We come to work for the customers. All of the strategy, the meetings we have, my God. We have meetings and meetings, so how do we satisfy them? How do we bring the smaller people? We start small. We have products for, startup businesses, for middle level businesses, for the big ones, who are doing that. We can cover you. What Anderson meant, when he said start to bottom, is if you're fresh, if you don't have an idea, we get there, we assess it. Some people have heard some big names of machines. This is where I want to start. In a little local, you don't have the population. Don't do that. Start small, get your money out. And then some people will say, you say the machine is so durable. That means I can use it and it won't fail. If you use it, it will fail. If you use it beyond capacity, it will fail. The shelf life. So we go through all of these conversations with you. We guide you through, and then we're open. So we now run tiers of response. First response is electronic, it's online. I'm not sure how many people are here, lab HODs or lab scientists. The problem of quoted samples. We're going to eliminate that with the Z31, but it's still a problem. It's a very simple thing, The valve has come out, the valve is clogged, the machine is leaking. It's a simple thing. For that, we have something called product trainings. We offer product trainings quarterly. We pick sometimes a brand of a machine, and we say, let's take you through first level troubleshooting by yourself. You don't have to call us out to do this, because by the time you call us out, I have a very special customer at Lagoa, Lagoa, to live where we are. I have to beg the engineers. I have to, and then we get there, and it's something that's been man-made and something that could have been resolved, except they don't have network at Lagoa. So all of those things, but they will go there because when we were courting them, we were going there. When we were selling to them, when we installed, we went there. That's what I tell them. When we were supplying, we're able to supply. If it's down, we're going to go there. So that's what we do. It's not. I know there are a lot of concerns. A lot of concerns. You will sell and leave us. I can't sell and leave you. You have my name. You have our offices. Again, I want referrals. That's what makes my business. The way government facilities are set up, you people talk. You talk amongst yourselves. In your little groups, you say, "Oh, I call these people. Don't go to them. They're not." No, I don't want that for us. We're branded. We're new. We're presenting ourselves as LABORIA to say that we're not going to leave you. There's also the concern that we're going larger. We're not going to, the wait time for response is going to take longer. No, again, because when we refer to our training system, the training academy, it means we have more hands on deck. We also have continuous training, not just for the engineers, but for staff, for myself, for the accountants who call you and say, oh, your standing is due. There's a way we now say it nicely, so that you're more eager to give us the money to continue to service you. So we have training, and then of course I must mention our strategic partnerships. URIT, the Bio, OneFlow, those are the main ones. We have with Capture, GSB, Biotime, all of these to make sure that things are easy. We've made mistakes in the past, and we've learned from them. Even with this process, when we did the merger and we bought in bulk and we were going to go, there was the Suez Canal blockage, the global holidays, international elections, and the Naira just doing like this. We were begging it to stay up and stay up and stay up. But through all of that, there were people who lost sleep and lost hair. Here's Jerry. Jerry's hair is receding. His hairline is receding. To ensure that these things happen, because people will, the salespeople will go out and tell you, we have this thing and it's coming tomorrow. And it should have come tomorrow, except there's a delay at the port, or the forwarding guy is slow, or he's on holiday, or something has happened, and we have to move. So there's a lot of pressure. But now we've learned, we've put a lot of resources and talking money into these things, so that at any point in time, things are available. So how do we care for customers when things go wrong? We troubleshoot, we send out the engineers. Sometimes it's a young one who comes first. And let me tell you, that if whenever they look really cool and composed, they're sweating inside, because that baby must come back up. When it can't, they say, okay, you come the next day, they come with a more senior person. And that one looks at it and says, this thing is troubling me. You can take it out, or you can bring the big wigs to come and say, look at it. And then sometimes we say, we need to take this away. In the meantime, here's a substitute to work. We do that. There are a number of clients that we've done that for. We've placed substitutes, sometimes fully replaced. Depends on how the warranty situation is, or the factors are that are at play. And then again, because we have solid relationships, we're able to say back to manufacturer, they want a new one. And that's what we do. So I don't know what you've been what vendor you've been dealing with, but I want you to know that we're here to support you all the way. Um, Very much appreciate you informing us to join, to present ourselves more. This is the start for us. You will see more of us. I'll call you, I'll call you, how you do it. The marketers are here, the salespeople are here. We have technical sales. I think that's the best part. Nobody can sell to you better than the person who knows the product. So they're here. We're going to have a section where you go around. There was meant to be a game called Card Stamp, where you're supposed, I don't know if we're able to do that. Where's Loretta? I don't know if we're able to do that. Just to get enough information about each station, and then if you can recollect, anything, the prizes to be won. But LABORIA is here with you. We're more than labs. We're people, we're products, and we're information, knowledge, training. Again, about our people. If you look us up on social media, they've been telling me to please beg you to take pictures and post them on your socials with the hashtag LABORIA Showcase. Thank you, Mohammed. But as you know, don't trade. I've told them so many times. Right, please take pictures, tag us, follow us on socials, Instagram and LinkedIn. We give a lot of information there. All of the product tradings, so we have discounts, we have promos, it's all there. You can also reach out to us there. And then I do a very special thing called Medical Background Heroes, where I talk to laboratory workers because I'm partner to them. I like them. Doctors are hailed. Shout out to my own doctors, but the people who run night shifts, who run regular shifts to ensure that results come out and they come out accurately, they're heroes. You hear little stories about how they got there. Some people went, some people have curiosity. Some of us wanted medicine, and after the first year we said, no, thank you. Some people had bad experiences with labs and then said, I'm going to do this and do it better. So we like to hear those stories. We cover you in so many ways. We want to be different. I take my office very seriously. They'll tell you that, Just today, a colleague was teasing me. She said she should have gone into the military. I was here early. When I talk with people and they say, oh, so how do you want us to run this? I say with military precision. That's how I want it done. I want you to get there to sort it. And, I want feedback. I want to know how it felt. I want to know what you did. I want to know if you messed up. I want to know how much I need to clean up. I need to know how to compensate. I compensate. I beg. I review. I give feedback. Sometimes it doesn't always go excellently, but it's never because we did not give 100%. I can tell you that. When I say I'm business support, it's because I manage everybody. I manage, the engineers. When I say, when someone calls me and say, oh no, I already have jobs for today. I told them, still you're gonna add it to the job. And call them first and tell them you book them for something because that's important. We do in-house trainings. I train them how to talk and engage. And fix the machine is not enough. We train your scientists. We train. We get there. We see you've changed the person. We train again. We get there. We see you've changed the person. We train again. For free, because sometimes the SOP is not there. Sometimes it's not followed. Sometimes the technology is different. And people are afraid to ask questions. You get to a new place, you don't want to be seen as not knowing what you're doing. So you just keep tinkering and tinkering. Someone says the results are wonky, say the machine is bad. We get there, you calibrate, you do control. I know the price of calibrators and control sometimes, but when you know your onions, you know the importance of doing these things. And the goal is that you have enough work such that buying calibration and control, is not safe. Mr. Sam, I like that you said money is not your problem. I like it. I'm going to hold you to that. So while money might not be a problem, providing the right solution is important. Um, one of our okay, oh, they're going to set up. Anyway, so I'm just going to have one of our partners. He's looking down. There you go. Zibayo, come talk briefly about their business, the partner and the sponsor. Sorry, I haven't followed the entire agenda because we messed up the timing.
That's it.
Yes, that's fine. This is Lucas.
Evan. Mr. Evan.
Evan.
Yes.
My bad. Sorry. Okay, so.
You're making it do one for.
Okay.
Okay. Ready. Go.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Evan, and I'm from the manufacturer of LABORIA, and we are the directly factory. So it's my great honor that today my distributor in Nigeria, LABORIA, invited me to here to just share something and also to have an introduction about what we can do and what's our development and what we can together go with our distributor in Nigeria market.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Okay. Our company called LABORIA and
Yes.
we started at 2008, and also our headquarters in China, Chongqing City is our central city in China, and also we majorly only focus on IVD business, instruments and reagents, and here now we have about 4,000 employees. Yes, and we have our 5-hour series, another companies in all over the world in other countries. That's our founder and CEO, Mr. G, and also our mission and our vision and our philosophy. We can just have a brief review about this. Yes, we developed our development from 2008 to 2024 and 2025. You can see from our startup and also our early phase and exploration and the scale-up and globalization. So we developed so fast. I will show you more details. Okay, the first building is our headquarters buildings in China, and the second one and the third one is our manufacturing and the new building factory. Yes, especially the third one. That's our new. It's under construction, and also it's our new building factory, and will be getting used in 2025. And our production capacity, you can see our totally capacity for the production for the reagents is more than, I think it's more than 60 billion, and also our instruments is about 60,000 every year. And our total sales, not yet. Okay. Yeah, our total sales, you can see maybe actually from 2018 and also in the past years, actually according to the COVID-19, maybe we developed a lot. But also we have very stable structure about the business, and also from the 2023, 2024, 2025, it's very stable now. Yes, that's one. Okay, I will show you our capacity and also our R&D and sales capacity about everything. Yes. You know, we have 8 R&D centers in the major city of China, and all our products we made it by ourselves. We never do OEM from others, and we never OEM from others. Yes, and every year we will take about 15 to 20% of our total sales into the new invest of the R&D. I think, for example, in the world, maybe Roche or Siemens like this, their total investment about the sales is about 8%. Yeah.
Not it.
Okay, not too fast. Okay. And another one. Maybe I can do it by myself. Sure. Okay. Yes.
So,
On this one.
yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay, that's our reference to the site and academic collaboration in China and also in the. It's majorly in China. You can see that all the corridor level A hospitals, just like maybe most of us. You are the very good hospitals, but also we cover with them. You can see the first one, Peking University. It's a top one university in China, and we cover them with their teaching hospitals. Yes. Okay, our business in all the world, especially you can see the Asia, Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, and also Latin America. Especially in Africa, you can see most of the major countries in the West, East, and the North, and also in the Southern Africa, we have our business. Yes. Okay, that's our marketing network in the world. We cover with most of the facilities in worldwide. You can see maybe some of them you will know about them. For example, CNEP. CNEP also they have a branch in Nigeria. Yeah. We have the cooperation with them. Okay, you can see some of the very famous hospitals and CNEPs. Okay, that's some hospitals never don't have cooperated. Maybe some of them you are here, right? Yes. Yes. Liberia, their previous name is Lebanese. So we covered with them since 2019. Yes. Okay, but in the future we can maybe cover with more and more our partners and together to make it. Okay, that's for the promotion competitions. The world level and the African level. The world level, maybe you can see the medical and the AACC, Mednight, and the CMEF, and the Europe Mednight. And also the Africa level, you can see the medical and Mednight West Africa. Every year we come here. And some in Africa Health in South Africa. And some in the North and East. Yeah, sure. Okay, I will show you that our technical support that we have very professional service team, and we can also do the on-site technical training and service support, both with our distributors and also with our maybe some we call innovators, the NERs and the hospitals. Yeah, and we have also have the 24 hours online service support. That means that if you have some issue or you have something you to understand, you can find us immediately. We have the online service. And we have Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, Egypt, and Algeria country manager. You can see our country manager, Mr. Victor. Yes, everything he can supply, can support to our partners. Yes, okay. And the academic conference is done like this, but we did so many other promotion activities in the world. The workshops, new product launch, and academic exhibitions, some promotion meetings. Okay, let's see what we can do and what the technology we can provide. Okay, you can see we divided the tools actually into 4 parts. The first part is that we have the diagnostic reagents. All the reagents are produced by ourselves from chemistry, hematology, molecular, carrier, and coagulation. So many other reagents. And the second is very important that we have our raw material factory. You know, our company started with chemistry reagents. Till now, we have more than 110 different parameters about chemistry reagents. Yeah. And another raw materials are also including the antigen and antibody and also enzyme and other chemistry reagents. So the antibody and antigen is majorly for the maybe for detecting for the POCD something and also maybe some disease, it's very easily we can do the new products. The diagnostic instruments is from linear chemistry, hematology, coagulation, urinalysis, molecular microbiology, and the pathology. And also, we also have the cloud management system for, especially for your, maybe you have a more huge big samples. We give you the cloud management system to manage all your teams, all your systems for your laboratory. Okay, maybe we have a comparison with some other, maybe some other rounds. You can see that we have the chemistry, linear, POCT, hematology, coagulation, urinalysis, molecular, and microbiology, pathology. But most of the others, for example, Roche, maybe Mandarin, maybe Snap, they don't only have a part of this. So with us, we can provide them almost the fully solution for diagnosis. Yes. Okay, personally, that's our molecular solutions. We provide both the sample collection to the nucleic acid extraction and also to the PCR detection. Yes, you can see, especially for the molecular extraction, we have the, maybe you can see the fastest reaction time, 9 minutes to finish 32 samples, and only 12 minutes to finish the 96 samples. I think it's the fastest in the world. Okay. Yes. And also, we have the PCR system. You can see we have the qPCR EXP 160 and the IP 960. It's, you can see the fastest reaction time for PCR is only 20 minutes. 20 minutes, yes. And also, it's a closed or open option for you. Okay. Yes, you can see that's our reference set hospitals. Then the first one is in South Korea. They buy our machine for the nucleic acid extraction, and also even for the Turkey, by accident, when we heard about it, they buy our molecular solutions. And some in Thailand, in Australia, and also United Kingdom, we all have our molecular products. Sometimes especially in the European countries, they may have all the maybe European brands, but we have our very good market share of the molecule. Yes. Okay, microbiology. That's what I need to maybe attach much attention about this product. That's microbiological. That is we have the also from the sample preparation to the blood culture and also to the detection. Detection is called the monitor. The monitor. I think the broker and the premier is here. But in the world, even in the world, only no more than 10 brands they can do that. This technology called the monitor. They either has won the Nobel Prize in 2002. Nobel Prize. Actually, for now we have many installations in China and Asia and also Europe. But in Africa, we have three reference sets. One in Ethiopia, one in Algeria, and one in South Africa. Not yet. we hope that we can find the first one as our reference. Yes, because maybe the cost will be high, but it's very accurate and we're also very that's to be the very high speed. And also you can see it's only take 45 seconds to test the one sample. Sometimes the bacteria is very hard to test. You use a traditional chemical method. It will take about 2 days to test the one sample. But use this machine only 45 seconds to test the one sample. And 12 minutes to finish the 96 samples. And it's more than I think it's more than it's about 5,000 species, the fungi species, bacteria can be tested. Yeah. Okay, the reference set also most of them are in maybe the Europe and Southern Asia, but in Ethiopia also Ethiopia is the first unit we installed. since this product come out, it's the first unit installation set in Ethiopia. Yes. Still using it. It's about more than, I think it's about 4 years.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Okay, also next one is your analysis. Your analysis, we also provide maybe reagents and the instruments. For the instruments, we have three types. It's dry chemistry and dry chemistry called U1600 and sediment called U2016 and the hybrid one with dry chemistry function and also with sediment function. Yes, it's all fully auto. And for dry chemistry parameters. Yes, we can go up next. And for the sediment parameters. Yes. Okay, this also show you some of the reference sites about the analysis. Okay, few point of care, just here about the point of care. But also we are developing about this. Most of the parameters we already have, but we are developing on more and more parameters. For the instruments, we have the EXR 110 and 120. It's the smallest one. 3 channels, 90 times per hour throughput. And Q8 Pro is the bigger one. It's semi-automatic. It's 25 channels. And another one called Q20 is fully auto do the POCT. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yes. And also we need to talk about that the KL1 is maybe it's more fast for the cardiac and the cardiac meters and also more accurate and very easy to use without the touch screen. Yes. Okay, for the hematology, you may be very familiar with this, but also we can see that for hematology, we provide from 3 parts, 5 parts, and 6 parts. 3 parts, we have 2 types. Actually, 3 parts is 3 types, but we only measuring this 3 and this 3 one is almost the same. But we can introduce that another type called this 3 CRP. It's very unique even in the world that with the 3 part with the CRP module. Yes. And the Z50 and the Z52 is our spare part. And the EXA6000 and the 6000 Pro is our spare part with autonoder. And the EXA8000 is our 6 part component already can be used now with the IAT and the NRBC modules. Actually, especially in China and also other countries, we use the hematology and combine with the POCT function together to give the very good service to our customers. Hematology with POCT. Okay. Next page. Okay. Sorry. Chemistry. Also, you will see our brochures in there. And the chemistry, we started with chemistry reagents. So we have very strong parameters for the chemistry reagents. We even just use to other run the machines to use our reagents. Not it. Okay. For the chemistry machine, we have from the EXA200. EXA200 is the smallest one. It's 240 tests per hour. And with the built-in touch screen, you can see. You no need another computer. It's Windows feature. And with the workstation and the EXA400 is 400 tests per hour. And we even have the EXA800 tests per hour. And majorly the biggest one is the EXA2000. It's the throughput is 2000 tests per hour. We majorly use it in China and some Southern Asia countries. You can see our key advantage. We have 50 years of the in the market and more than 6,000 installations and 2 billion kits every year. service, and we explored about more than 5,000 hospitals. Yes. You can see our regions. Most of the regions we can provide. Yeah. Okay, for the Korea, also from the regions to the instruments, and also you can see our regions from Sloyd to most of the regions we already have. So we attach much importance to the Korea development, and for now we have the machines from ESI 1800 to EXI 8,000, from the smallest one to biggest one. Also from the smallest one, you can see we also do your built-in touch screen. Yeah. Okay, that's the Korea test menu. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay, for the test menu, we have the 75 and plus 6 items. Yes, but the development is never stopped. Most of them is available. Yes. Okay, for the coagulation. Coagulation, I need to show you that we use the we call the vocoat technology. It's the magnetic and optical method together with one machine. You can choose to use magnetic or choose to optical method. Yes. And also with this one, we also have the workstation. This is the biggest one, but the small one you can see we call the wax 2000. Yes. It's also 320 tests per hour. It can meet most of the requirements. Yes. Okay, coagulation, some reference set from China to the world. Okay. Actually, I'm sure that our future plan, and we develop all the products from analytical chemistry, and we will give you about more items and also more high-speed throughput about the chemistry and the Korea, also bigger one. POCD, majorly we need to do is that we enrich the parameters, more parameters. And hematology, I think 6 parts. I think sometimes 6 parts with the IEP. Yeah, with IEP. Yes. Yes. And coagulation, urinalysis, and even molecular, microbiology, and pathology. I think actually we have been to Nigeria for 6 years. Yes. So actually we always said that we want to make the diagnosis more accurate in Nigeria, and also we want to make the lab more healthy in Nigeria. I think we can gather those facilities. Thank you. Okay, so maybe you have some questions?
We're waiting for your 6 parts.
6 parts, okay. Yes, it's ready.
It's ready?
Yes, ready. Next time I will ask LABORIA to send you the brochures. Dr. Bobby will check for it. It can also test the malaria. Malaria, yes.
Malaria?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so any other questions? Right, okay, we're going to break for lunch now.
Okay.
Yeah, we still have quite a number of activities to come up. So we're going to go down to lunch, and then I think lunch is about 15 minutes. So it's lunch and a bit of networking with your colleagues, and then we'll wrap up here to have a few more sessions. It's very interesting, I promise you. There's a demo, and then of course the showcase itself. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, lunch. Last to get there.
The banana.
Play your music.
Don't wanna lose
Well, like, let's do this in lunch. I don't want to see you hit this cookie. Please. You're the most unreliable friend. Right. Well
I mean, this particular station. Very found the phone. But I don't think I'm back. Where we are back. I mean, this is a
What's up on the time? What's up on the time? When I just the try, when I just the try. When I drop the song, I go to dance. I go to get it on my price. Then I find the sound, I want what the sound. I don't get the name, I don't sing the sound. Sound, so I know the sound. I want the precise, I want the precise. I feel like really vigilant, vigilant, give me love, be on your knees. Life is not easy, no, it's not easy. Can't believe it can be. You know we want from who you are. Waiting go deep, man, this cast and stone. But you got long, Samuel. But why they think you would shame you? I do well, I will go real. Got in my show, got the shit as in my yo. Oh, you alone. Oh, you're alone. Mama, leave me, yeah, you alone. No, I'm gonna pop my cup, yeah, every day, every time, cause I feel alone. Yeah, make up your me. Don't say man, don't face about today. These kind of things, and I like automatic, cause you traffic, I get like place. I'm classy, too. I'm classy. Oh, look who got me, ìyá mi, may them give me space. I'm classy, too. I'm classy. Only me, I do what it is, only me. I don't pay my dues, only me. I don't want to block you, only me, only me, only me, only me, only me. And I got my soul, only me. And I never know, only me. You only have a day, only me, only me, only me. I'm just people for nobody. I do the love that you know about it. See, I like me, I do about it. If you prove I can collect that damage, collect that damage, don't want me damage. After you walk, I know full like a savage. You want to love, I just want to take advantage. The me right here, we separate. Automatic, cause you traffic, I get like play. I'm classy, too. I'm classy. Oh, let me got me, ìyá mi. May they give me space. I'm classy, too. I'm classy. Only me. I know what it is, only me. I don't pay my dues, only me. Now I want to block you, only me, only me, only me, only me, only me. And I got my soul, only me. And I never know, only me. You only have one day, only me, only me, only me, only me. Yeah, man, yeah, man, yeah, This is my decision. Yes, yes. This is my decision. I don't think you listen. Your lesson. I don't think you listen. For me to come back, it must mean I'm not the job. It must mean I'm not the same. It must mean I'm not okay. For me to come out, that I got the job. I want to show you my heart. Give me one break, I need faith. Let to believe, let to receive. Give me something I'm not. I only got you are my everything. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me, only you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only make me your master. Make me your master. Make me your master. Show me something. Make me your master. Make me your master. Give me one break, I need faith. Let to believe. Let to receive you. Give me something I'm not. I only got. You are my everything. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me and you. Only me, only you. Only me and 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 you.
She come give me something, Roja, over. I don't even tell you, like she do me, Galactica. The kind of feeling, you ain't because you know. I say, I swear you fine, die. Baby, can I you because design my life? I just felt the soul, I saw your shoe design. Now you go be mine, you got to be my man. Now you are paying the price. Yeah. Oh, Gigi, your man. now you in my mind, I swear, say now you in my mind. I swear, I know that I think about you all the time. Cause girl, you blow my mind, and I don't feel deny. But girl, you do me right. Ogechi, Ogechi, mama. Ogechi, mama. You say, oh, I need your love for mama. Even the Yankee, you'll be moving, man. If I die, the aim I love you so like you for the baby. I tempted to touch your body, it's your dream, oh. You can love like that. You can love like that. Oh, baby, this love is real. I give you all my whole life, bitch. Oh, I'm like a wild. Boy, I'm like a child. Yeah, you forgot that. I don't say you like her. Money, I don't have my. But I am the make us pray you. Oh, my God, I know. But I did for my body. Yeah. Sometimes I want to make you all I believe you. Okay, come
Àlàyé mi bá mi sọ̀rọ̀ kan kí ló ń lọ. Wọ́n máa rí ìyàwó mi lọ́ńtọ̀. Wọ́n ní mo fi dẹ̀ pẹ́jọ pẹ́jọ. Ìjẹ́ máa lọ sùn ṣiṣẹ́ lọ, mo yà pa owó lọ. Nobody go dey my side, I don't too much. Ẹni tó bá bá yóò ṣáré ó mọ̀. Ògàgbó lọ, ọmọ báyìí lọ. Ìsídìílé tó sídìílé ọ̀. Happiness, everything else. My life no stress, fine boy no else. Happiness, everything else. My life no stress. Òtútù ó wáyọ̀, bàtà sí mi lákòóyọ̀. Ohun tó ń ṣe ní kọ́ ló ń ṣe yọ̀. Ẹjọ́ mi ní ìfẹ́ ṣe àlóbi ọ́fíìsì. Yẹ́pà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àṣàmọ̀dé. Ọ̀gá ní kò fọ́n mọ́ Fasabi, Microscopy, Presidency, àti Zombies àkọ́kọ́. Òtútù ó wáyọ̀, bàtà sí mi lákòóyọ̀. Ohun tó ń ṣe ní kọ́ ló ń ṣe yọ̀. Ẹjọ́ mi ní ìfẹ́ ṣe àlóbi ọ́fíìsì. Yẹ́pà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àṣàmọ̀dé. Ọ̀gá ní kò fọ́n mọ́ Fasabi, Microscopy, Presidency, àti Zombies àkọ́kọ́. Ọ̀ṣọ́gbọ́n sọ̀rọ̀, ìwọ̀n sọ̀rọ̀, everything you better become on. You want me to make it happy, baby, I know. Want me to keep it happy, baby, I know. Good life, I know. I'm a one, I'm a kid, I know. You want me to make it happy, baby, I know. I'm here to make you smile, just feel alone. Happiness, everything else. My life, no stress. Fine boy, no else. Happiness, it's a feeling. Your life, no stress. Òtútù ó wáyọ̀, bàtà sí mi lákòóyọ̀. Ohun tó ń ṣe ní kọ́ ló ń ṣe yọ̀. Ẹjẹ́ mi mọ̀ nǹkan ṣe àlóbi ọ́fíìsì. Yẹ́pà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àṣàmọ̀dé. Ọ̀gá ní kò fọ́n mọ́ Fasabi, Microscopy, Presidency, àti Zombies àkọ́kọ́.
Cause my seconds I do pass. Waiting be your compass. Where you are on the world. Nothing Santorini. Why you find Versace? I love you, you're my key. Even if love not there, I will still love you by one man. Follow come back to come back. I will be your defender. When I lose my friend, baby, would you be my healer? Too many things I don't realize. When I put you on the fantasize, you be my only lover. When I'm with you, I'm alive. You know I like my boo. What is it all made like this? Even if not taboo, because you want me like you. Oh, my Cinderella, not tomorrow. So I feel umbrella. I don't language her money. She likes different currency. Me, I can't come and I go dash. I don't say you need a pass. I won't fly you to Mexico. I won't buy you your shanties. I want to big things for you. I want to many things for you. Follow comfort to comfort. And I will be your defender. I don't know what to do, baby. Me and you go back. Just like
Hey yo, I'm not even gonna lie. I used to call myself an ugly, but I'm not even an ugly. I'm a sexy, you understand? Girl all over the globe wanna up me, you understand?
girls in my crib, zero Snapchat, zero Instagram, go sing, fuck up the vibe, my day, start running like London Bridge. I don't care if I saw you in a magazine or if you're on TV, I don't know nothing to me. Don't need a shower, oh baby, I need a freak, lick it like ice cream, as if you need to breathe, it's disgusting, it's nothing. Jump like a nap, one side I nap, there's no stopping, go shopping, oh yeah. If I told you I do, Mama Sheba, come back on. Let me just start to the paragon. Start to the halagon. Cause you know some of people take a lagon. But who know my power? As I hate it, I'm not to be my ammo. I'll be my cadazzo. Cause you know that I'm not right for taco. That's why I'm a jago. Start to the dance, I'm the dance. Go need a lambo. I go show you step outside the lambo. Cause I be sick boy. And I said it for the street, they give me joy. That will give me boy. Put them on Jesus and I'm not religious. Oh, they know. If I don't know what I do, I don't know. You can even check off. I just can't believe I'm moving. It's you from the get-go. Can't have some time. That's the life of the city boy. Oh, yeah, yeah. Damn one. Oh, yeah, yeah. Jello, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Hey yo, I'm not even gonna lie. I used to call myself an ugly, but I'm not even an ugly. I'm a sexy, you understand?
Yeah. This is my decision. Yes, yes. This is my decision. I don't think you listen. You listen. I don't think you listen. For me to come out, it must mean I'm not the job. It must mean I'm not the same. It must mean I'm not your case. For me to come out, that I'm not the job. I want to show you my love. Give me one break and fail. Let you believe, let you receive. Give me something I'm not. I only got you are my everything. Only me and you.
guys are always good now that you have a standard. What we always do with this now is that every progress we make, we must then consolidate. Most of our people, that become a standard. Okay, in our quality, you have to guide them.
Yes.
Try the process to make sure that they too
Go beyond there. The other state is changing. That way is not easy. Even when that is our the progress is progressive.
some people can reverse your progress if you don't continue to push.
No. This is what like people like me. I was spend 44 and 7 years because of this condition. Unfortunately, I had to go because I didn't know
You know, I told somebody in NLP that said, this is my first certificate. He said to me, and I insisted. You know, people that speak, I didn't get an answer.
I don't know what is
I even want to be close to when I get to this end of the day,
when she came here. No, without to that's what they do. There's a structure. Yeah, and they're using for evaluation. It's not so okay, it's not so all that in hospital in it's not so because no, you exactly. So it's in terms of rights, in terms of Nigerians, in terms of children, also increase our productivity, our knowledge, you know, and value to ourselves. Because we know that at the end of the day, our employer will use it for our promotion. You look at it and you know what it is. That's what I'm saying.
But it's not real.
Sandy, the process. I will drop something on the platform.
The standalone for this. Then there is the two material, so this is the there is the bigger one, but this is something that can be taken to the world. This can also be at the because they are it's very important. Now that I know, one of their biggest strengths is that this unit comes from the so they are the best company in China to develop the system for you. And I think about was it not last year or last 2 years? They took their machine to this place. So they were telling me people are using it as using it to brag that they are that took their using sample, measuring, analyze that into the space and wrap it to the wow. Bragging rights if you ask me. Yeah, you're it. How about you to the thing that when you when you see there is doing they have so many. There is one there is the US 500 is a very segment also it can run this machine you understand? Yeah, they can also produce a sample access like hematology. Almost all the CPM branches in the two Global is growing to this challenge is I would say it's constant that but this is which the other is like fine it's not very good. Those sites one of them was they are one of the top so they do HPLC. So they have the HPLC that is used to evaluate the HPLC and the results. So this is
Even in our A&E, we're talking about it's fair idea.
It's a 4.5. I went somewhere that I asked them, how much do you run yourself? They have a yes, and this, I think that's even cheap. You understand, to compare to maybe if you know to Remington or Lago and Co. You understand what is the basic and they run the test for 2,000. So imagine when you have somebody in ICU that's able to run the blood cancer with them. So when I look at their cost, yes, blood gas is expensive, but you can actually have it. It's something that can be done, especially when it comes to this kind of event. This is also a blood gas, but the difference between this and this is that if you don't have a blood, this has cartridge. Once you slot in the cartridge, it has maybe 30 days, and you are running. So the cartridge has a battery. It's written. If you don't use it for 30 days, it expires. There's nothing you can't touch. Yes, but this you are free. So even if you don't have any test to run in 2-3 days, the problem is the idea. Whenever you need it, you understand. You are not losing the cartridge. I think about 14,000. Of course, yeah, the government pays a certain issue. If they run it like 25,000, still cheap. So, that's why the government is not away from ICU. There is has to do with ICU. Take advantage of and that's why when you bring the patient to an ICU, you have to work to 5 million first, you have to, yes. So the presence is so much that the public can do. ICU at least bring this down to them. But for the some people
I think they have something like I remember many years ago when they were having this because all the things that they needed.
Why is Bruce here?
We have actually, so I think it's private time.
No, but you see for blood gases, this is my own experience. We don't have blood gases. So on one of our engagements, blood gases, since And it also gives you some of the parameters. But you know, the most interesting thing is that most of them can't as a result. Yes. So they just avoid it on the then what how many doctors are willing to take that serious? So everybody wants to just use the way. But if you're not saying you will easily get either
And thank you. I just remind you, the condition that you could collect out consumables, the container, they are all very important. Yes. Because they are doable. It's just the willingness of the and we you should be able to create. It's not something that will keep. It's just something simple. The sample that will keep and you run. You don't keep it. Yes, that's another thing. Yes. The person points, the awareness.
So they'll tell you if they can like plastic away. Now during COVID, in order for this thing was not fixed. Nigeria nobody especially in our own business, if it's not we reflect it down. And they were willing to do that. They hire cost. As long as they don't get embarrassed by
So, yeah, I mean, a lot of people, you know, like you mentioned this COVID time, some of the hospitals that has ICU, they make millions because there was no even they demand for such. I remember
Look outside, right?
I remember this hospital in it's not about the other one. Marigold. Doctor, he's a nice little. He uses just this. When it comes to yoga, that's where he used to do that for Marigold. Yes. So a lot of people that had ICU that time, they did very well. And what's the kind of, you know, the kind of money during that time, some of the people that had that was people that were to drop 20 million as
Because most of people find out that this is a will never really be able to charge.
The exception in the
there are some really very superficial, nobody no LP.
And they can afford it.
Yes. Okay. So one day I under the PPP. It's not
this
cannot be covered here.
This is a not a completed service to use
No, when I was that is not that I think that would be so
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. So, to maximize our time, we're going to have the showcase and the demo. So, that means you can go around looking at the products and the equipment. And then we're going to have the demo of the UH 31 urine analyzer. We have the UH representative, Victor Oladipupo far.
Are we going around?
Would you like to go around, ma'am?
No, I thought we were doing it.
Yes, so we want to maximize time. We can go around while the demo for the Euro 31 happens. You can pick, I would like for you to see the demo. Victor. This is Victor, is one of the field service engineers for URIT.
Volunteer, if it's it now.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Victor, and I'm the unit service engineer in Nigeria. And as you know, unit have a long partnership with LABORIA and we supporting diverse products. But this afternoon, I'm just going to do a quick demo of our point of care urinalysis. And at the same time, I'm just going to give a quick overview of our US 500 AI urinalysis system. So before we start the demo, I would just like to introduce us to this product. So we know how important urinalysis is in our diagnosis or screening, as we take it. But most of us are familiar with the manual dipping and checking the corresponding color. So with this, it saves us time. This is unit 31, so it's a point of care. It's easily accessible, it saves us time, and it eliminates the doubt of you checking, comparing colors. Even is this what I'm saying? Is this right or wrong? So with this, we have get the accuracy, and it's fast, under 1 minute to get the result of your analysis. And at the same time, if you have like a list or series of samples or samples to analyze, this saves you time because you can continuously run all of these urine strip without waiting. So you just have to dip it and put it in the strip and get your result. So the good part about the result is, aside from the fact that it gives us the qualitative, it also gives like a semi-quantitative, so like giving like a reference rate of what the analyte or the concentration of whatever we're running is given. So not to waste much of our time, I'm just going to do a quick demo of how this works, and maybe after that we'll just briefly discuss the US 500 AI urine analyzer. So I'm starting can you come with this? So with me here is the wireless printer. So another advantage of this, I know some of us have been using it, our familiar with it, is you do not necessarily have to use electricity, so it has battery. So even when you're at remote areas and you're doing for outreach and all, they can easily use it and get their results printed without any connection. And if you want to like move your results into your computer, then you can also connect this to it. So we are going to start the demo now, so all of us can see how this works and how this can improve our analysis. So I'll need the camera to show. So, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not a scientist, but right now we're going to demonstrate how we use the urine the Euro 31 machine. So what we have here is our Euro 31 and the wireless printer. So they have been charged, so we really do not need to connect them to any power source. So the Unit 31 is easy to use with just a one touch to start off. So you press there and it initializes, bringing out where you put your strip. And at the same time, we switch on our wireless printer, which is also ready to use. So I'm going to get a sample now. I'll be using 14G strip. The good part of this is you can switch. I don't know if you are all seeing this. You can switch the type of strip you want to use. If you're using a 10G, if you're using 11G or 14G. And we all know the added advantage of the 14G. We can read the micro albumin and the albumin creatinine ratio and that. So, yes. So here I'm going to switch this to 14G. So this is the sample I have here with me. I'm just going to do the picking. Then we wipe out excess on the room. So we are ready to run the analysis. And just to run, there's a key here for you to test. And at the same time, you can use the one that is visible here. So we slot this carefully inside the strip holder. Then we click test. So under 60 seconds, your results will be out and be ready to be printed. So now we just wait for the countdown of 60 seconds. Then we get our strip urine results out. So while we're waiting for the results to be out, I would like to mention another reason why we should have this around. So there are some of us that have been using this and we're already familiar with it. So I'd like to encourage people that have not started using this and they're still in the old dipping and trying to compare colors. This will save you time. It will save you. I mean, it will eliminate any form of doubt of you trying to compare colors or you doubting the outcome of what you are saying. So as we are now, the result is going to be out in less than 3 seconds. And so as you can see, our result is out and already printing. So the good part of the printing is even if you do not print presently and maybe tomorrow you want to like go back to what you planned earlier, you can easily go back and reprint. So you don't really have any loss of records. So with this, as small as it is, you can see up to 1,000 sample results. So you don't really have any reason to say, oh, I misplaced the results or not. So with this, the patient result for this is out and we can so we have it. So basically that is the function of this POCT Unit 31 urine analyzer. And you see how fast we get our result and how accurate it is. So I believe after now most of us can inquire about I know we're concerned about price and all of that. And if you still have other questions you want to ask, I or you can meet with anyone, we can give a breakdown of it. So not to waste much of our time, we'll go into the US 500 just to give us a quick overview of it. So this is the point of care version, but the US 500 is like a semi-automated where it does the sediment and also the strip biochemistry. So we're just going to do a quick overview of that now. And thank you very much, everyone. the first slide. Yeah. So okay, hello everybody. So this is US 500 AI view analysis system. So for some of us, this might be the first time we are seeing this, and we have one of it at the back there. So maybe later we can just check what it looks like in real time. So what this does is it combines the dry chemistry and the sediment at the same time. So what I just did there, this machine will do it, and at the same time, you can also run the sediment for you. So just go to the next slide. So just to be fast. So just as I mentioned, it's like a combination of this irritant, so one is the porosity, and also the sediment. So that's the microscopic view of it. Sorry, no, sorry. So this is just the test speed. So just as I mentioned, you have two options. You can either decide to run just this, or you want to run the microscopic, or if you decide to run the two at the same time. So you can go side by side for you to get your optimal result depending on what you want. So so this is just like an overview of problem we run into when we are trying to run analysis, like new quality of image or run classification. So you can go to the next part. So the AI part of this machine, this is where it comes in. So it works with the technology, the AI technology, the SVM. So what it does basically is to classify all the cells into their own class. So you can go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide. So go on. Yeah. So just as I mentioned, it classifies the cells into their class. So the machine has a microscope inbuilt of 40 times magnification. So it takes approximately 288 images for each analysis you run, and you can view the cells. The good part of it captures all the cells in the urine, and at the same time it classes them. Now it doesn't just class them; it gives you as the user or the operator, you know better. There are some some cells that have not been probably classified, or they are not common. So it gives you the opportunity to class them yourself. So you can easily look at some cells and be like, oh, this should be this, and you can class them under the range of classes that is available. So for the sediments, you can get 21 classes, and for the dry chemistry, you have like 14, just like the 14 G-strip. So just as I mentioned, these are the test items under the sediments you have available. You have the RBC, you have non-RBC. All of them you can easily see, and at the same time, you can also see the sperm cell too under them. So this is the dry chemistry part, just like the 14G that we just experimented just now. So these are the parameters you can see with the 14G. Just as I mentioned, the ACR, PCR, the microalbumin, and the like. So you have access to them and be able to see all of this business. So we use this just now. So just like the POCT, you can use the 10G, you can use the 11G, and you can use the 14G. Just the same way you can use it here, you can also use it here. And this is the control material for the strip and also for the sediment. So another thing I would like to call our attention to is you might want to wonder how am I certain that what this thing is reading is accurate, especially for the dry chemistry. So for every instrument, they pay the POCT or the machine itself. It comes with a check strip that you run daily before you run your analysis to check, okay, if everything is right. So the expected range is already on the bottom. You can always compare to whether everything is fine before you go ahead with your day-to-day activity. So just as I mentioned before, so this is the internal composition of the machine. This is the microscopic part with the 40 times magnification, and this is where it takes the picture for all the cells. So yes. So just like I mentioned earlier, you can run the two modes individually or combined. So to run the sediment, you don't really have to go through any strange process. It's just the same way we run our full block count. You just have to introduce the urine to the machine and aspirate
run your sediments for you under 1 minute, inclusive for the dry chemistry too. You get that at the same time. So as you can see, this compartment of the machine is closely like what we just experimented here. So it has the range for the 10G, 11G, and 14G, depending on what you want to run. So you can run that, and at the same time you can run the sediment. So what's that? You can just go to the next slide. So basically, this is what the interface looks like. You have the interface for the dry chemistry and at the same time the sediment, and also the physical property interface where you can see if peradventure the urine or the sample has this RBC inside, you can see the RBC histogram and the information. Also, the physical properties contains the color, the turbidity, if it's cloudy or not. You get that information from this machine. So whatever you want to do in terms of urinalysis, you get it easy and fast with this machine. So next one. So basically, that's just a quick overview of this machine. The machine is down there, and if you really want to, like, if you maybe ask more questions or go deeper into it, I'm always available to answer all of our questions and inquiry. Thank you very much. Okay, I was going to say for questions.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the presentation.
So,
your machine seems to combine both the dry chemistry and the sedimentation together. We have a similar equipment, but it's the dry chemistry is different, the sediment is different, and the reason that is because we're told that when it's in combination, if one compartment is bad, you can't use any of it at the end of the day. So we decided to buy them as separate entities so that, so I'm wondering, is it that you are just selling this because you are not aware of that problem, or that you have looked at it, overcome it? And if you have overcome it, what did it take to overcome it? What did you think was the problem, or why was that problem persistent that you think that this product can overcome it?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So to start with, Murit is the leading brand in urinalysis analysis everywhere. So this this machine uses 2 channels. So, and that is why it gives you the opportunity to use BDA, that is the dry chemistry, or B, the sediments, or if you want to run together. So the 2 of them are operating on totally different channels. As much as either of the compartment doesn't go bad, but in a situation or the scenario just described, it won't stop the other compartment from working. So, and from the whole work or the whole thing this machine is doing doesn't require much, in terms of reagent. So what it does is, that's the reagent it uses for the cleaning. So in another compartment inside the machine. I don't know, the part of the slide that was shown earlier showed the only sediment machine, and also something like this